Welcome to Huntington Bank Stadium, home of the Minnesota Golden Gophers, as we get set for what ought to be a terrific battle. Golden Gophers will get us started with the opening kickoff. From inside the 10, here he comes. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. So the UCLA Bruins offense will get the first possession of the game. And here he is, guys. Anytime he takes the field, he is in complete control of this offense.
And David, he gives defensive coordinators nightmares because of his ability. They're going to have a hard time slowing him down.
No, he just doesn't have those weaknesses.
He's off to the races. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up. More precision throws from this Bruin quarterback, much like a Rick Neuheisel used to play.
Just pinpoint accurate. Put the ball right where you want to. You think about Troy Aikman, you think about some of those other great names in UCLA history.
From the gun, give on the inside. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry.
Listen, guys, this is one of the top 10 passing offenses in the entire country. Maybe they're trying to catch the defense napping by going goal line and running the football. Not a lot of success on that last play. Hey, bud, get back to doing what you do best. Throw the ball.
Couldn't get him blocked on that last one. Now it's 2nd and 14. And that's going to fall to the ground incomplete. That was a physical matchup there. 3rd down coming. Looking downfield, and he needs a bunch. And they couldn't hold off the heat, and he goes down with a sack.
3rd and long situation, we're bringing an extra DB on the field, but we're telling our front guys to pin your ears back and go get the QB, and they get the job done.
The Bruins send out the punt unit. First time we've seen their punt team this afternoon. Sends his first one of the day on the way. We didn't see much of him in that victory last week, just called on one time. So the Minnesota Golden Gophers offense will get the ball for the first time. And if these two guys wind up getting matched up, David, we'll see what wins, speed or force.
Yeah, and you love to be physical and set the tone, and this linebacker does that consistently. Now, Jesse, keeping up with the speed on the other side, that's a different animal.
Might be different, but we're going to see this receiver work underneath on some drag routes. You better be careful. You do not want to get caught in the wash against this linebacker.
From the shotgun now, here's an inside give. Works ahead for a couple. They'll stop him at the 27. 3rd down conversions, always a huge stat, and they've got a 3rd and long from the 27. Looking for a man. It's Karapateas. Using the back as a receiver on the screen. They play that screen nicely. He tried to find his way to the marker, but it'll be 4th down. The Golden Gophers will bring the punt team onto the field. They'll get down and put a stop to this return. They'll mark it at the 32. UCLA will go back to work on offense. They're going to throw it to start the drive. Caught over the middle. It's Wade. Here comes the offense on 2nd down.
Hey, quarterback dropping back, understanding. I'm getting zone coverage. All I got to do is be a little bit patient, manipulate that defense a little bit. My wide receiver runs that drag, and I get the first down.
Let's see what they do on 3rd down. They'll try to pick up the first through the air. Complete out of the backfield, looking for the sticks. And the Bruins will punt it away on 4th down. This will be the 2nd time they've had to kick it away. Signals for the fair catch, and that's where they'll put it in play, just outside the 20. They'll snap this one to start the drive from their own 22. Back to the ground game on the left. Maybe picked up a couple. He's down at the 24. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. It'll be a draw. Finds his way ahead for 3 out to the 27-yard line. They'll try to move the chains on 3rd and short from the 27. From the gun, wants to pass.
Now, that's what you try to do as a defense. Limit those damages when they run the football. Get them on the ground, short gains to set your defense for positive situations down the road.
One of the things you love about this running back is not only can he run between the tackles, but he's also a weapon in this offense catching the football.
And the Golden Gophers with the 1st and 10. Use the play fake, now to throw. Fires to the wideout. He's got it. And perhaps a touchdown-saving tackle as he gets him down at the 37. The Golden Gophers come to the line in the hurry-up. Love to see the fearlessness of a quarterback to work the middle of the field.
And he's got so much confidence in his own arm talent to be able to get that football there before the defense can break it up.
They make the stop after the catch and still some work to do to pick up that 1st down. To the air, it's Karapateas. He makes the connection. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the 1st down. And here comes play number 6 of the drive. Comes out throwing on 1st down. Zings it complete to the right. And that corner came in hot despite knowing that he was giving up some size. They're going to throw it again. He just got rid of that one to save the down. Didn't see anything he liked. That last incomplete pass has him staring at a 3rd and 3. They'll try to drive ahead on 3rd and short. They'll get him stopped just short of the end zone, but they're in business here with a 1st down. So close to cashing it in for this offense. Trying to punch it in. And he takes it in for the score. Touchdown, Golden Gophers!
And the running back was not going to be denied on that play. He had a hole, he saw it, he put his foot in the ground, and that was pay dirt.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the PAT makes it 7-0. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, let's get you up to speed on what's going down in this fun college football game today. Eastern Michigan is in the unusual position of having to come from behind right now, but there's not a soul who doesn't believe they can't pull this off. It's a touchdown game. They're trailing by 7 to Buffalo.
Fires to the big fella.
We'll circle back if anything big happens in this college football matchup.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. That last play is what you call a drive starter. They're out to the 47. It's 1st down. Quarterback on the keeper. Can't get him to the ground. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Out of the gun, the running back has it. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Here's the handoff. They're trying to send a message with this running game. He stopped after a pickup of 4 to the 33. They're looking at a 3rd down and short from the 33. Pressure coming. Trying to make magic with his feet. Nifty little scamper on this one. Enough for the 1st down, and he slides in safely. They've got him looking run. Now they're going to throw it. Using the quick game. Put it right on him. Sweet play. Good pickup, and they'll move the chains with the 1st down. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost trying to defend their own end zone. Spins away. And he strides his way into the end zone. Touchdown, Bruins!
Number 5, with the grab and the score.
He'll try to tack on one more. Smashes it through for the PAT. So it's a 73-yard touchdown drive. And they finish things off with an 8-yard toss for the score. And he takes this from inside the 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. Handoff to the single back. Picks his way ahead, pick up a 3, and gets it to the 20-yard line. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. The inside handoff. Plows through the defense. Stopped at the 25 after a 5-yard gain. So they're facing 3rd and short from the 25. He'll keep it himself. And that ball is live in the backfield. Defense just cradling that fumble and securing it. And a great return on the play before they're finally able to bring him down.
And there's so much skill to these returns. As soon as you get the football, man, watch the defensive guys turn into blockers and understanding how to follow your blockers. And he did everything right except for getting the end zone. Got it inside the 5-yard line. Now set up the offense for great field position.
The Bruins have it in scoring position on 1st and goal. He'll pull it on the read. He's got it down to the 1-yard line right on the doorstep of Pater. Now on 2nd and goal. He's going to the right looking for a path to the end zone. They bring him down and he's going to lose a yard on that one. They'd love to make this short field pay off with a touchdown instead of a field goal, but it's 3rd and goal. Quarterback touch pass on the jet sweep. And into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, UCLA! Offense did exactly what it's supposed to do with a start like that one.
When you're set up with that field position, you're thinking touchdowns. You're not thinking field goals. It's exactly what the offense does. Takes advantage of a great field position.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the PAT gives them a 14-7 lead. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And it was finished off with a 2-yard touchdown toss. He'll start the return inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. That last fumble proved to be costly as they cashed it in for a touchdown.
Yeah, and so this defense now is juiced. They're excited and ready to go. So this offense, David, they've got to get something going.
Yeah, those turnovers can be contagious, man. It gets you excited, and then when your offense takes it down the field and does something with it, this offense better be ready to play against a motivated defense.
And they'll pick up the first down and mark it at the 47. And now a fresh set of downs for this offense. The give to the tailback. And he doesn't find much running room, a short gain on the play. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. Wide out in motion. Dropping back, it's Karapateas. He's got his man. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. Got the back over the middle. And Shore tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. And the Golden Gophers will punt this one away. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. Able to keep them from getting a return, and the ball goes out of bounds. They're going to mark it right around the 20. They'll try to pop the draw. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not what they had in mind to start this drive. Here comes 2nd and 13. Quarterback strolling away from heat. And he gets it just beyond the line of scrimmage before he gets down. You make up the game plan and not a lot on the play sheet for this. 3rd and long from inside their own 20. Coming after him. And they'll miss the connection here on 3rd down. And the Bruins will line up to punt it away. That's usually prime return position, but he'll make the fair catch just outside the 40. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. They'll come out on this drive and let it rip. Makes the catch. It's Morrison.
And I love working the slot receivers. You see so much of that. It's about matchups, right? I can put a fast guy in that slot, maybe get him matched up on a linebacker or a safety. I like working those guys in those matchups. Favorable for the offense for sure.
And this defense was flailing as he weaved his way and got down to the 26. The Golden Gophers will hustle to the line.
And a big key on that throw to the slot receiver, guys, is putting the ball out in front. The location of the throw is what helped that guy get extra yards after the catch.
Bunch formation trying to confuse the secondary. Dropping back, it's Karapateas. Finds his big tight end. They were able to get him stopped just shy of the 1st down mark. And the Golden Gophers are threatening in the red zone. On 3rd and short, they keep it on the ground here. And he'll be taken down, but he does have enough for the 1st down. Running backs on either side of the quarterback. They're going to ride this running back. Works his way ahead for about 3. It's down at the 8. Going to work in the red zone. They can't pick up the 1st down without getting it into the end zone. Moving the running back, forcing the defense to adjust. Looking to the end zone. It's on target and complete. Couldn't quite nudge it in. Not sure you could get much closer, but it'll be 1st and goal. Here comes the option. Now the pitch. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Minnesota!
This running back was not going to be denied. Nice blocking up front to create a hole for this running back, and he was able to take advantage.
On to attempt the try. And it's up and good. They marched 58 yards for the touchdown on that one. And it was closed out by the short yardage touchdown. From inside his own 15, looking through a crevice. And the returner will be brought down. The UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. Pulls and fires complete. He knew exactly where he wanted to go with that one, and they've got enough for the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Gets it out fast.
Good job reading the defense by the quarterback on that RPO. He waited to see how the defense was going to play the run. He saw defenders bite up close to the line of scrimmage, and right away he knew he had the slant throw right in behind him.
They finally get him stopped, but what a good job by that front wall to set up the screen and create some lanes for their running back. Looking to go up top on 1st down. And a big play on the outside. What a job to keep those feet in bounds and get the completion. The Bruins want to move quickly. Throw toward the end zone, picked off right at the goal line. And he's brought down, and this defense gets the ball back for its own.
And defensive backs you think don't have good hands. The big fella shows it. How about that defensive back going up and getting the interception? Nice job breaking on the football. You say that's why you play defense, because you don't have hands? Man.
The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. How big is this drive? Scored a touchdown the last time they had it. Defense gets a stop, and now it's up to them in a tie game.
All right, so if you're the offensive coordinator...
It's complete! A huge pickup! And they'll do more than move the chains. They'll move that thing more than 30 yards down the field before he's finally stopped.
That's a beautiful pass and catch. I love the job the quarterback does manipulating the defense with his eyes. He froze that safety, and that allowed his receiver more room to work his route.
Give to the running back. And more yards after contact. And he uses the stiff arm to push his way past the sticks and pick up the first down. Time winding down in the quarter as they come to the line. To the ground, he's got it again. And after the tackle, we are headed to the end of the first quarter. While we're only through one, these quarterbacks have been lighting up their stat line. We've got a good one going here. I'm looking forward to keep those vibes rolling here in the second. And now on second down for this offense. Running back searching for a hole. Brought down at the 26-yard line after a pickup of 10 yards on the play, and it'll be a first down. From the gun, running back on the move. He's there to make the stop. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. Looking to throw, it's Karapateas. Unloads it left. And the pass is incomplete thanks to a big hit. They're close enough for a makeable field goal from the 26, but they'd love to convert this 3rd and long. Makes the grab. And he will score. Touchdown, Golden Gophers. Backed up in the shadow of their own goalpost, no problem.
When you start in the black zone inside your own 20 coming out, it's difficult. You can give up a safety. You get worried about that. The offense puts a great drive together. Great job executing. Great job getting the touchdown.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And the extra point is true, and they're on top by 7. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. Eastern Michigan is ahead in this one. This team plays a hard-nosed style of football there in the MAC, but they're a long way from closing this out. They're up by 7 over Buffalo. Your boy KC has you covered here in studio, guys, in case anything changes in this one.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. Knocked down at the 26 after ripping off 10 there. Leaves it with the running back. Runs ahead and powers its way for 4 yards out to the 30. Solid pickup of 4 on first down at 2nd and 6. Handoff from the gun. Couldn't find a lane. A pickup of 1 to the 31. How bold will they be on 3rd down after that last run? He's looking to throw. And the defense is all over the quarterback, and down he goes. And as I saw that screen start to develop, I thought, big play coming. I just didn't realize it would be for the defense.
Yeah, they got in there quick, and the quarterback's supposed to see that, right? He's supposed to let him come upfield, buy a little bit of time, but then he's got to get rid of it, get it to his playmaker. The offense did not do their end of the bargain. Quarterback got sacked.
And the Bruins decide to punt it away. 4th time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. Signals for the fair catch and looks it in at the 40. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. They'll try the run. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Didn't get much done on that first play of the drive. It's 2nd and 11. Looking to pass. It's Karapateas. Throws to the wideout. Oh, so close to paying off. The tip really had it in his hands, but it falls incomplete. Trying to move the sticks on 3rd down through the air. This time he's got it. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep him from getting the first down. They go to the ground. Not much working there. It'll be 2nd and 9. Went to the running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. Dialing up a 2nd down pass play. A little screen to the running back. He almost picked up the 1st down on that one, but he'll be just a little bit short. Ball at the 38. The defense will try to get a stop on 3rd and short. They'll stick to the ground looking for the marker. That'll be enough for the 1st down as they mark it down at the 31-yard line. The Golden Gophers are moving quickly down the field. They'll throw it on 1st down. Now adjusting. Going to try to get it himself. And a nice pickup on the run and gets down to avoid contact.
I mean, these quarterbacks nowadays can run so fast. Think about who you've got chasing them. Defensive linemen, those big old defensive tackles, defensive ends, linebackers. They can't catch them because they're faster than them nowadays. So much speed, so much electricity now with these guys.
Picked up some of what they needed on 1st down. Now it's 2nd and goal from the 5. He's right on target. He's all the way down to the 2-yard line. Just spectacular execution there. The line of scrimmage, the 2, and these final 2 yards might be the toughest here on 3rd down. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. A field goal here would make it a 2-possession game, but they elect to leave the offense on the field on 4th down. Couldn't find his man, and they'll give up the football on downs. They're backed up, 1st and 10 from inside their own 5. Let's see if they can create some space. From the gun, they'll try the middle.
And sticking to the run. I'll tell you what, a lot of teams that are really good are really stubborn, and they continue to run the football even with little success. So this offense is going to continue to focus on running the football, you can tell.
Strong run there to pick up 4 and get it out to the 7. When you've already set your punter out 4 times, at least he knows he's going to get his varsity letter, and his leg might get a bigger workout if they don't convert. Makes the grab on the left. He steps out of bounds, but he's got enough for a 1st down. The Bruins come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Trying to find his man on 1st down. He'll pull it down and run. At the 35, he's open. Good run on the play, and he slides to avoid the hit. And the Bruins moving quickly to the line.
It's just so hard to stop. There is no rhyme. There is no reason. He just scrambles around, makes people miss, and the next thing you know, you look up and he's 20, 30 yards down the field. There's nothing you can do about it.
And he's brought down after a nice gain. Now a 1st down from the 45-yard line. The give to the back. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. The negative play leaves him with 2nd and 12. Pre-snap motion in the backfield. And they get him down.
And a running back who can take a dump-off pass like that and take it for a gain, that can really be a quarterback's best friend. It's an easy way to rack up touches, but also get the ball to your playmaker in open space.
And they're able to get a 3rd down stop here. See if they go for it on 4th. He'll get away another punt. He's been really active today, and no doubt he's going to earn his varsity letter. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. There have been a couple of missed opportunities for these offenses in the last couple of drives, Jesse.
And I think for this offense here, it'd be nice to hit an explosive play, be aggressive, and really pay off your defense's effort that last drive.
And instead of having to move the ball down the field consistently and then getting stopped on 4th downs, you're right. Create some of those explosives. Take those deep shots. Make those big plays.
Oh, it's out! And the ball will bounce out of bounds on the fumble. So after reviewing the undisputable video evidence, the replay booth has decided to overturn the call. Scanning the field, it's Karapateas.
Well, we know this guy is special, and because of that, his quarterback is looking to him on critical down and distances. There on that 3rd down, there was no question. It wouldn't have mattered if he was single covered, double covered, man, zone. That's where he was going with it, and the big-time playmaker outside picks up the 1st.
And the quarterback knew exactly where he wanted to go with the football, had time, spins the ball deep, Nice job by this offense, understanding what the defense is giving them and creating the explosive play.
They dialed up the perfect call, splendid execution. Now they've got it threatening. 1st and 10 from the 27. He's going to pass. Got the quick pass. That's where they'll mark him. A very productive play and a 1st down. And the Golden Gophers have moved it inside the 20. Starting to feel a little pressure. The quarterback bought as much time as he could, but the defense got to him and sacked him. Man, he was back there and in the quarterback's face before the Bruin faithful could finish an 8 clap.
I mean, just getting off the ball so quick, penetrating. When you got defensive linemen that can get upfield, rush the quarterback, every Bruins fan will be jacked up.
2nd down now after the sack. Running back goes in motion. On 2nd down, wants to throw. Got his man on the right. They bring him down, but a solid pickup to put them in position to pick up a 1st down. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. Tight end finds a soft spot. And he's not going to get there. The defense stands tall and makes the stop. And they'll send out the field goal unit. Splits the uprights right down the middle. And they'll push that lead out a little further. After putting up a 3-spot, the kickoff unit set to go. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. UCLA will go back to work on offense. The deficit here is just 10 points, David, so a chance to answer here.
Plenty of time left in this football game. No need to panic. This offense just has to put a couple drives together. And listen, the defense will get this back and get some stops, Palmer, and get you the football back.
And I think here too, David, you have an opportunity to keep the pressure on the opponent. Yeah, they just went down and scored, but you score here, and this game's still tight. You keep their feet to the fire, so an opportunity here to keep applying that pressure.
The Bruins in the hurry-up.
Well, you wonder how this guy is so dynamic. It's because of his speed. You simply can't coach that. You saw it on that last carry.
He'll do it himself. A strong tackle and wrap-up from the junior. Now on 2nd down. They'll move the running back to try to force the defense to adjust. Each brought down, but he went backwards after that completion, not the way they had it drawn up. Now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Just too much of a rush, and down goes the quarterback just behind the midfield stripe at the 49.
And how about this defense, man? That's the 3rd sack of the day. They've been putting pressure, getting him on the ground. Not something they've been good at throughout this season. This defense playing better because they're getting more pressure on the quarterback.
And the Bruins line up to punt it away. They're up to a half-dozen kicks today. And the returner is stopped. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. They had to settle for the chip shot field goal last time, Jesse. They'd love for this one to pay off bigger.
Yeah, it just comes down to execution, too. Did a nice job out in the field, stalled a little bit once they got down to the goal line, so they just need to be a little bit more crisp here.
Yeah, and listen, I think the first part was the most important part. You got to put the drive together first to get down there. Now, when we get down there, focus on execution and getting 6 points.
Now on 3rd down for this offense. The back goes in motion. He'll throw on 3rd down. Gets it to the back. Just couldn't find any room, and he wound up throwing it in reverse. They lost yardage. The Golden Gophers will call on their punt team. Let's see if he can help the coverage team out with this one. Might have thought he'd want to try to pick up a few yards there, but he's content with making the fair catch right around the 35-yard line. Still on his feet at the 45. And they'll move the chains and get it to the 47-yard line. On first down, here comes this offense. Quickly to the tight end. And he goes down after making the grab. Picks up a few, but still short of the first down. They'll run play action. Knew where he wanted to go with it, but couldn't find his target. It's incomplete. They couldn't connect on second down. Now staring at a 3rd and 9. Here's the snap. Ready to cut one loose. Setting up the screen. He gets it oh so close to the first down marker, but I think he's going to be a touch short. The Bruins will try to pin them back with the punt. Kicks it high, and it's just hanging there as if it has helium in it and floating down toward the earth. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. Dropping back, it's Karapateas. Dances away from the heat. He turns this into a nice gain and gets down to avoid the hit. Now on first down from the 30. Pulls and fires complete. The defense wouldn't let him loose there, and it was a completion, but they lost yardage. On second down, he'll let it fly. Finds his big tight end. They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground covered. Pick up the first. As we reach the 2-minute warning, they'll need to try to get a stop to keep this thing from getting out of hand. Turns it loose. Wide open downfield. And they are pushing the ball down the field. A big pickup on that one, and the tackle is finally made. And the Golden Gophers getting set on 1st and 10. They keep attacking through the air. Quick completion on the out route. And he almost ran away from everybody on that one. A huge pickup on that play.
Man, this quarterback is having a first half. He's over 200 yards already, heating up, setting up. Dude, this dude might break his career high in passing. I don't know what it is. Somebody get stats for him.
This offense has been a juggernaut, and they have a chance to pad their total just before halftime. He's got it. And he wanted to score badly, but the defense wrestles him down at the 2. A very productive play on first down has now set us up with his 2nd and goal. Pulls it in the end zone. Touchdown, Minnesota!
This offense is really dangerous because of the weapons they have on the perimeter of the field. And you're seeing they go to these guys early, and they try to give them opportunities in one-on-one situations and vertically down the field. 2 passing touchdowns now early for this offense.
The kick is up and good, and put one more on the lead. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
Week in and week out, guys, you never know what's going to happen in college football. Check this out. Eastern Michigan is darn near putting up video game numbers offensively, and the result is a comfortable lead for the Eagles on the scoreboard.
Looking to move it through the air. He fires to the left side. He's got it downfield for a huge gain. And he ran away from the crowd, and he'll take it in. Touchdown, Bruins!
Man, I tell you what, that passing touchdown, man, that should spark this whole team. Like, the comeback is more than on now. Like, they got the touchdown. They cut into the lead. You want to get a stop and go into the half, get all the juices, all the excitement, and be like, listen, the passing game's rolling. We got this. The comeback's in full effect.
The AT unit on the field. And the extra point is good, but they still trail 31-21. That one's going to get a little star marked beside it on the play sheet. One play, explosive, touchdown just like that. Here's the return from inside, and he loses the football. The kicking team's got it, and they take the ball right back. The UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. Feeling some heat. Fires deep toward the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown, UCLA. A quick strike, just as we expected.
Yeah, and quick strikes are easy when you got such great field position. Obviously, when the offense starts in such a good spot, puts the defense in a bad position, and the offense takes advantage.
Getting set for the point after. And the PAT will draw them 1 point closer. That's exactly what you want to do when you have that type of field position. Strike quickly, and they did. One play, and they put it on the board. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. Back to pass, it's Karapateas. Makes his connection. And he broke one tackle on the way to a solid pickup there. He's looking for an open man on second down. Working the middle of the field, and it's complete. That's the end of the second quarter. That means it's time to join Kevin and our halftime update.
Guys, it is hard to beat Minneapolis when that town is buzzing as it is today. The passing game for both sides has been outstanding. On point, unrelenting. They've excelled in the short game, the intermediate game, and especially on the deep ball. All in all, a thrilling display of offensive firepower, and these defenses have a lot to discuss here at halftime. With that said, let's send it back to the guys at Huntington Bank Stadium.
And the Bruins will line up to kick off and start the second half. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Able to find enough room to get it out across the 25. He's brought down at the 26. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. Grabbed behind the line, it's Hart. Stopped after making the catch. Trying to get a rhythm in the passing game, now on second down. He's looking to throw. Grabs it in the middle. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chains. They've got it at the 37. It's 1st and 10. They'll run behind the big guys on the right. And he'll pick up one. It brings up 2nd and 9. Tried to pound it on 1st down, now back to the line. He wants to throw here on 2nd down. And he'll chuck that one away and save the down. Nobody was able to get open. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. Got it in the middle, it's Brown. He puts him in business across the 50 into the 46-yard line. It'll be 1st down. He's looking to throw it. They're working that left side. Stop is made at the 36, but he picked up 10 on that one and has a fresh set of downs.
Yeah, and Palmer, I don't know what his grade's going to be, but hitting over 400 yards on the day, I think coaches are going to be pretty impressed with the day this young man had.
No doubt. I think for defensive coordinators moving forward now, you're going to be charged with having to find answers to try to slow this guy down. Today, we've seen this defense try blitzing, zone coverage, man coverage. They've mixed up personnel. None of it has worked. This guy has carved them apart.
The give to the back. He had to fight for a couple down to the 33. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. Looking for a physical attack from the gun. At the 20, he's got space. He's there to make the stop, but not before. He sets up this offense 1st and goal from the 7.
What a run. Great speed, great vision, elusiveness, and David, he's tackled down close to the goal line.
Yeah, and this offense, when you can run the football like this, man, you will have success, especially in the red zone, trying to get touchdowns.
Knocked down after a gain of 1. They'll mark it at the 6. Offense trying to pay it off on 2nd and goal. They'll run it to the left, looking for the end zone. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. Wants to throw for it on 3rd and goal. Looking for the score. He's got it in the end zone. Touchdown, Golden Gophers.
I'm going to spread you sideline to sideline with all my speed, make you cover the whole field. Nice job by the offense, going with a little spread look, taking advantage of the speed they had on the field, and getting the big touchdown.
Lining up for the PAT. And with the extra point, they're now up by a touchdown and a field goal at 10. The kickoff team out there getting set.
Minnesota, 38. UCLA, 28.
Here he comes from inside his own 5. Nice job executing all of the assignments as they put a stop to that return at the 22. UCLA will go back to work on offense. They'll throw it on 1st down. And the Heat gets there. And they get him down at the 14-yard line. They are trailing by 10 here, Jesse, but this is the type of team that seems comfortable in an offensive shootout.
You got to hold serve at this point, right? You got to drive the field, put some more points up on the board. Yeah, they just scored. You can answer that now and keep this thing close.
And I think you're used to that as offense. Like, football is so fast-paced now and you score so quickly, it's not that big of a deal to get down 10. You keep being you, keep being aggressive.
And the DB right with him to knock it away. And this offense can ill afford to come up empty on this drive, already trailing by multiple possessions. Throwing right. Just masterful working that sideline and getting the toe down for the catch. The Bruins will send out the punt unit. A high kick trying to pin them deep. They make the stop, and that is exactly what you want out of your punt cover unit. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. Makes the grab down the middle. We'll give him a couple on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Stuck with a running game on 1st down. Now here they come again. To the air, it's Karapateas. Receiver looks it in, it's complete. They make the stop right there. Good pickup, it's still short of the 1st down. Let's see if the defense comes after them. 3rd and short from the 45. Nice job to pick up the 1st down, and they'll spot it at the 42. The Golden Gophers come to the line with a new set of downs. Pulls and throws off the RPO. And they pick up just a few on that completion. And here comes the offense on 2nd down. They'll leave it with him. They get him on the ground after he gets enough to move the sticks. And the Golden Gophers are rolling down the field. They'll ride the hot hand. And I think they'll give him 2 on that one. 2nd and 8 coming up. Kept it on the ground on 1st down. Now back to the line. Quarterback wants to throw on 2nd down. Finds his tight end. And good coverage by the defense, just a short gain. They've moved it to the 25, but now facing a 3rd and long. From the gun, wants to pass. Oh, they really could have used that catch there. Physical pass defense. It brings up a 4th down. So they'll send out the field goal unit. Right down the boulevard. It's good. And now the lead is even bigger. So they're lining up to kick it off after that last drive. Put a 3 spot on the board, and now the defense will try to shut them down. On the move from inside his 5. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. The UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. He wants to start this drive with a pass. He's brought down, solid pickup, but a little bit short of the first down. Offense gets set for second down. Moving the running back, trying to get the D to tip its hand. Swings it out to his running back. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one. This is where you make the money on the drive. Ball at the 30, it's third and short. Unloads to the wideout. Fires and picked off. Not much of a chance on the return, but they'll have the ball at the 33.
Well, the defense comes away with the pick there with their nickel personnel. I think moving forward, if you're on offense, you see that personnel on the field, you want to run the ball against it because you got smaller guys out there. Or if you're going to throw, think about quick screens outside when you have tight ends flexed on the perimeter, bigger bodies blocking smaller guys.
Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. He wants to throw. Can't hang on, and he'll tell you he really should have made that catch, and he had an opportunity right in the middle. It'll be second down. Power football with the run. Plows ahead for a pickup of 1 to the 32. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. Looking to throw, it's Karapateas. Using his legs, keeping his eyes downfield. He gets the job done, picking up the first down and getting down. The Golden Gophers are in the hurry-up. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Line getting set on second down. They've got him looking run, but they're going to throw it. He's got it on the move. Gets out of bounds after the big play, and they'll be set up in business for the first and goal. Trying to barge in. And he takes it to the house. Touchdown, Minnesota!
This is a guy that put a lot of pressure on himself coming into the season. He felt like he was ready to have a breakout year. He knew he had all the tools in the toolbox to be able to get it done, and he's showing it. That's his 10th rushing touchdown on the season.
And now they'll empty the backfield for the two-point try. Snap in the shotgun. Into the end zone for the two-point conversion as they extend the lead. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown.
49, UCLA, 28.
From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. UCLA will go back to work on offense. Trailing by 3 touchdowns. If you're going to get back in it, David, the time to start is right now.
Got to start now. Defense giving up points on that last possession. Again, the offense is going to have to score, and Jesse probably score pretty quickly.
Yeah, you got to go tempo. You're going to have to try to fit in as many plays as you can throughout the rest of this game. But I think more than that, you got to eliminate the negative plays. No more penalties and no more turnovers.
Wants to throw on first down. Quick completion on the out. And he goes out of bounds after a nice pickup on that one. How about this? That's catch number 300 in his career.
And it doesn't matter who's been playing quarterback in this offense. Who's ever pulling the trigger, they know this guy is dependable. 300 catches, David, that is a lot.
Just unreal consistency. Over 300 catches. That is unbelievably amazing. The consistency, the work, the toughness, the durability. This dude's done it all.
Quickly out to the tight end. He'll be tackled at the 49 after a pickup of 5. And the Bruins are marching down the field.
And that's good enough for a first down.
Gives it to the back on the draw. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost 1 on that last one. It's second and 11. He's looking to throw. A little release to the back. He's there to make the stop, and they threw it in reverse, losing yardage on that play. On 3rd and long, he'll have to turn it loose deep. Makes a catch at the 20. And he takes it all the way. They couldn't stop him. Touchdown, Bruin. Well, this receiver is making this passing attack look like it's going against air.
No doubt, it does. It looks like it's on air. I tell you what, you got to find a way to rough this guy up a little bit. Be physical. Make sure he takes a toll instead of all these big plays he keeps making. Make him tired, physically dent him a little bit, make him have to work a little bit harder than you have been.
Ready to try the point after. Hit that one with some aggression for the point after. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
A lot of eyeballs on your game, guys, and a few on this interesting matchup as well. Iowa is down big on the scoreboard, and for a program that traditionally struggles to score, I think we know where this one is headed. They're trailing by 28 to Penn State.
They'll give it to the back.
We've got our eye on this one and everything else going on throughout the day. Guys?
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. From the gun, the ground game. A run up the middle is stuffed for no gain. Facing a 3rd down and short from the 26. Looking to throw for it. Good job running that route to get past the sticks because he got nothing after the catch. And the Golden Gophers will snap it on 1st and 10. Give to the back. Couldn't find a lane. A pickup of 1 to the 31. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. They'll run it from the gun. Good job running tough and behind his pads as he gets up to the 38-yard line. Will they keep it on the ground again here on 3rd down? They'll try to bully their way for the 1st. This might depend on the spot, but I think he's going to come up just inches short of converting that 3rd down. The Golden Gophers send out the punt unit. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. No return coming here. Fair catch is signaled for and made just shy of the 30. The UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. This is a real chance to sort of settle things down, maybe generate a little momentum if you can put together a touchdown drive here.
Oh, it'd be a great opportunity to make a statement and get back in this thing. I mean, it hasn't gone your way early, but I feel like you're creating some momentum here. And a score, Jesse, a score makes this a fun ball game.
It would be huge, but it's on the offense. They have to look at each other right now in this huddle on the field and go, look, guys, it's on us to march this ball down the field, score some points, and bring some energy now to our sideline.
The RPO fired complete to the left. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the 1st down. He's going to pass. Fires to the wideout. Excellent coverage and good use of the hands to knock it away. Back to the line after the incompletion. 2nd and 10 from the 37. Misfired on the last play. They'll go back to the air. And it'll be incomplete. This defense is physical in pass D. Guys, this offense is already reeling down multiple possessions. Really need to cash in on this drive. He's moving out of the pocket. And he's going to be stopped just short of the 1st down. He tried to get it on his own. A famous writer once said, most men lead lives of quiet desperation. Here is a desperate move. Going for it on 4th down, trailing by double figures. And they finally get him to the ground. An easy conversion for this offense. Defense not exactly the perfect 4th down call there. And that incomplete pass caused by the big hit on 1st down. 2nd down coming. They'll line up for a 2nd down play. Couldn't connect on 1st down. Now back to the air. Maybe a 3-yard pickup there. 3rd and long coming up. They'd love to pick up this 3rd down and get a fresh set with 1st and goal. On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. Gets it out quickly. They make the stop at the 5-yard line, and they've got it 1st and goal. Wants to go up top. And the quarterback caught up to and sacked second at the 12.
And for quarterbacks throwing the ball down this close to the goal line, because there's so many bodies in such a small space, oftentimes routes take a little bit longer to develop, and it forces quarterbacks to have to hold on to it a little bit longer. That's the risk and danger with throwing the ball so close to the goal line. You might get sacked.
Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a second and long coming. Pickup of 1. It's down at the 11. Third and goal from way back there. From the gun, wants to pass. Fires to the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, UCLA.
UCLA.
Got to start cutting into this lead somewhere. Now the question, will they have enough time?
But that's step one. You got to get that first score. You got to get back in the ball game and get some of that momentum back on your side. You still got more work to do, but step one accomplished.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And it's up and good as they draw just a touch closer. About to kick it off after punching it in for the touchdown.
49, UCLA, 42.
From inside his own 15, let's see how far he can get. Able to find enough room to get it out across the 25. He's brought down at the 26. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. Off the play fake on first down to throw. Got it in the middle, it's Brown. That's where they'll mark him down, but what a play there to pick up a first down. Looking to move it through the air. Caught in the backfield, it's Morrison. And a quick completion, an even quicker loss. The defense was right there to knock him down. Fires to the tight end. And a good job of coverage by that defense, just a short pickup. Third down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. And you can see the offense just feeling itself. They've got it down to the 21.
Well, how about the offense setting that play up? We've seen earlier in the game a couple shorter throws. They're just trying to suck those safeties closer to the line of scrimmage, anticipating that they would get an opportunity to take a shot. They called the perfect play at the perfect time right there.
The give on the inside. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3 as they get set to snap it. Time winding down here in the quarter. Third and long, and he'll try to throw for it. Got it behind the line. It's Brown. He ended up losing yardage on the play, and that'll bring up fourth down. So here comes the field goal unit. They've been doing work today. They've already made a couple. And talk about spreading the ball around. Everyone getting a chance to show off the hands based on the number of targets we've seen. Not only is the scoreboard on their side, but so too is time as we open the fourth. So on fourth down, here comes the field goal kicker in a huge spot. And the kicker delivers the 3 to salvage that drive. And now the lead is extended a little further.
You know, it's funny, in an age where there's so many college football analytics and everybody wants to go for it on fourth down, at the end of the day, it still comes down to managing the game. Good decision by the head coach here in the fourth quarter. By kicking that field goal, you've now made it a 2-possession game. Your chances of winning this thing have now gone way up.
So they were able to put up a 3 spot on that last drive, and now the kickoff team out there as they prepare to put boot to leather. Probably needed to pick up an extra block or 2, but as it is, he'll be stopped at the 28. UCLA will go back to work on offense. He wastes no time and comes out throwing. Grabbed behind the line. It's Mayo.
This is the moment for this offense to put a drive together. It doesn't matter what's happened up to the point of this game, but you're trailing right now. You've got to put some points up on the board. This is where all 11 guys need to be playing together as one.
He is brought down, but man, what a job to find some running room and move the chains.
That's a first down for the offense.
Out of the gun, they'll run it inside.
And it's just simple first down run, showing your physicality, setting your offense up in a good spot.
He wants to pass it on second down. He looks that one in nicely. He steps out of bounds, but it will be enough for a first down. The Bruins look to keep this drive humming. Motion by the back forces the defense to adjust. Catch in the middle. It's Mayo.
This quarterback right now is in a groove, and he's doing a nice job in pre-snap. He's reading the coverage, and he's getting an idea of where he wants to go with the football. That's why the ball's coming out of his hands so quickly. That's why he seems like he's in a great rhythm right now.
They've got it inside the 30. They'll mark it at the 28. It's first down. Back to the air one more time. Got his man quickly. Really confident throw and catch there. Big pickup, and they have a first down. And the Bruins come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Now from inside the red zone. Trying to buy a little time, and he cannot, but he does get it back closer to the line of scrimmage.
If your job is to irritate, to confuse, to hit, to make quarterbacks feel very uncomfortable, this defense is definitely doing their job. 6 sacks, that's the way to make the quarterback feel like he's having a hard day. He's had no response. This offensive line has no response, just a sack party.
Wants to fire on second down. He'll take a shot. And good coverage and better hands by the defender to knock it down in the end zone. 9th play of the drive coming up, but this one will be tough. 3rd and long. Trying to get to it. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. And now on 4th down, they will put it on the shoulders of the kicker to save them with his foot. It's good.
That makes the score Minnesota 52, UCLA 45.
So the kickoff team is out there ready to boot it away after putting up a field goal. Let's see what the defense can do. On the run from inside his own 5. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. Coming out on first down with the play fake. Complete downfield. A quick tackle made, but he's got plenty for the first down. A new set of downs after the completion. Back to pass, it's Karapateas. Throws to the wideout. And the timing just a hair off. They'll try to get on the same page this time. 2nd and 10 from the 31. They'll throw again after the incompletion. Well, the quarterback can make a big play when he starts moving around.
And that is your job. The O-line has to protect their quarterback. That's the most important position on the field. You got to make sure you keep him upright. You got to do a better job.
Ball's at the 27. This offense facing a 3rd and long. Looking to throw, and he needs a chunk play. He makes the catch. He couldn't find anywhere to go, and now it's 4th down. And the Golden Gophers will bring the punt team onto the field. They've been busy out there to punt for the 5th time today. Boy, that seemed to be prime return territory. Instead, he'll make the fair catch. The UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. He'll come out throwing on first down. Unloads to the wideout. And that is interception number 3 on the day. He would have loved to make the big return there, but he still gives his team the ball at the 37.
Man, what a great break on the football. Nice job seeing it, squeezing. A lot of those defensive guys, man, they don't have great hands all the time, but you always remember your first interception. They'll always remember this moment.
So, guys, we'll get another look at this offense. From the gun, to give, looking for room. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. Got 3 on first down and 2nd and 7. The give to the single back. And they'll bring him down after a short pickup. They've got a good chunk of ground to cover on 3rd and long from the 41. To the air, it's Karapateas. It's complete. And he's knocked down immediately, but not before he moves the chains. Now it's 1st and 10 from the 46-yard line. At the 35, he's loose. He works his way inside the 30 down to the 29 and picks up a first down. Use the play fake, now to throw. Quick strike complete. And he goes out of bounds after coming up with positive yardage there. Now on 2nd down. Here's the handoff. And he'll pick up the first down after a tough run there. The Golden Gophers come to the line with a new set of downs. They're getting this guy lathered up. And a pickup of 8 opens a world of opportunities on 2nd and 2. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Not a lot of ground to cover and not much to defend. A big 3rd down in the red zone. From the gun, wants to pass. Pocket starts to collapse. Didn't have much of a choice, just had to throw that one away. It'll be 4th down. So here we are on 4th down, and this field goal kicker is going to face all the pressure in the world. Never a doubt. Right down the middle. And that lead grows even bigger. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
Guys, let's take a look at what's happening in a great college football matchup. South Carolina looks lost today, and boy, does it show right now on the scoreboard. Almost like the coaching staff spent the week in Hilton Head instead of the film room.
From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Wasting no time throwing on this drive. How about that play to get a hand in there and force the incompletion? After that last incompletion, here's 2nd and 10 from their own 20. A little pre-snap eye candy for the defense. Finds the tight end. They make the stop, trying to pick up just a little bit at a time to get to that first down marker. Out of the shotgun on 3rd down. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. They'll leave the offense out there to try to get it past the marker and pick up the first. Makes the catch, he's got enough. And they reacted well to the completion, but it was too late to keep them from getting the first down. Motion trying to get the defense to show its hand. Good job running tough and behind his pads as he gets up to the 38-yard line. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. He's looking to throw. A strike downfield. He's into the open down the middle. Touchdown, Bruins! And once he found some daylight, it was time to make a house call. They got the score they needed, but this isn't over.
No, don't call it a comeback yet. The first part, step 1 accomplished, but this offense obviously still has work to do, but the defense has to go out and get a stop and get him the ball back.
Lining up to add another. And with the extra point, every little bit counts as they get closer. Lining up to cover the kick after that touchdown drive. And he takes this from inside the 5. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. The Minnesota offense is headed back onto the field. They'll run it out of the shotgun. That may not look like a huge run, but they'll take it as it gets them up to the 24. Got 8 on first down, now looking at a 2nd and 2. He'll keep it himself, fighting off the defender. And the Golden Gophers get the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Going up top on first down. Grabbed in the backfield. It's Brown. And oh, did they know that one was coming? They'll knock him down in the backfield. On second down, looking again to throw. Fires to the big fella. And he won't quite get there, but boy, after that pickup, just a few inches to go for the first. An array of possibilities here. The offense showing motion from the tight end, trying to get a read on the D. Brought to the ground, but not before getting enough for the first down. The Golden Gophers are on the move. To the ground with the back. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. They're about to run a dirty half-dozen plays on this drive. Leaves it with the back. And he has a solid gain before the defense bottles him up. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. Just a short pass to the tight end. Didn't pick up a lot there, moved it forward just a few. Let's see what they do here on 3rd and short from the 41. To the ground to try to pick up the first. He gets the job done on 3rd down. They move the chains. It's at the 37. And the Golden Gophers will snap it on 1st and 10. From the gun, the running back has it. They're trying to send a message with this running game. He stopped after a pickup of 4 to the 33. Running to the left. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. Already 2 for 2 on 3rd down, but this time they'll need 9 to convert. Getting some heat. Strong pass rush gets to the quarterback, and they get him at the 46.
And that is a great job by the defense, containing and constricting the pocket. There was nowhere for the QB to go, and he did not have a lot of time. He went down quick.
The Golden Gophers will punt it away on 4th down. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. He'll call for the fair catch here. UCLA will go back to work on offense. They took it down the field for a touchdown the last time they had it, and now an opportunity to take the lead in this football game.
So they got to be feeling good. They did their part, score. Your defense does your part. Jesse, this offense, keep that momentum. I would say stay aggressive here.
And it is another interception. Just a terrible struggle for this quarterback. They didn't give him much on the return, but they are in prime scoring position at the 22.
And that's got to feel good, and that's a play this young man is never going to forget. His first interception of the season. Great job reading the QB's eyes, getting to the football.
Excellent field position here for the offense. They'll keep it on the ground, trying to milk the clock. They get him down, but not before he picks up 5 down to the 17-yard line. Time is on their side, and they're going to wind that play clock all the way down. Pulls and fires it complete to the right. He's close to the first down, but they're going to mark him just a little short. Really need to pick up this conversion and avoid having to settle for the field goal. We have arrived at the 2-minute warning, a one-possession game as this offense tries to hold on. The option look. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Defense uses a timeout quickly, trying to get that ball back and preserve time for their offense. So on 4th down, here comes the field goal kicker in a huge spot. He got it.
You've got to make the opponent pay for turning the football over, and while this team would have liked to have scored a touchdown off that pick, I think they're pretty happy getting the field goal.
They'll kick it away after putting up a field goal on that last drive. He'll bring it out from inside his own 10. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. The UCLA offense is back on the field, ready to go to work. He'll start this drive firing. Quickly complete. He's brought down quickly. Minimal gain there, still a bit short of the first down. 2nd down coming up. He's looking to throw. Swings it out to the flat. The defense wouldn't let him loose, and even though it's a completion, they lost yardage. Sprinting to the line to try to get this one off. Clock's running. On 3rd and long, he's going to have to throw for it. With the catch, it's Wade. That one could really put this drive into high gear as they have a 1st down at the 37. He'll just keep slinging it. Here's a throw downfield late. And it goes through his hands. Oh, he had an explosive play right there for the taking, but couldn't reel it in. Working that left side now. And he's almost to that 1st down marker there, saying he's a little bit short. They might want to bring out the sticks and measure, but it looks as if he'll be just short of the 1st down. Got his man downfield. Oh, look out! Touchdown, UCLA! And they take it in for 6 more points.
Man, that drive right there is exactly what you dream about. That's how you want your offense to perform. Under a clutch situation, you take the ball down the field, get the score, and now an extra point away from taking the lead late in this ball game.
He'll try to tack on one more. And the extra point gives him a 1-point lead here in the 4th. Almost ready to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. He'll start the return inside his 5. And the returner runs out of real estate as he goes down. Minnesota has it back, and the Gopher offense is headed onto the field. Dropping back, it's Karapateas. Using the quick game. And he was just a couple of steps away from taking that one even further after the catch. Quick timeout call by the offense after the play, trying to preserve every minute possible. He makes the connection. They'll mark him down at the 37. It's a 10-yard gain. They immediately call timeout, trying to preserve every second they can to try to rally here late. He's going up top here late in the game. Grabs it inside the 10. Touchdown, Golden Gophers! And they've got the lead in the final minute.
And they're able to score on a drive where they had to have it this late in the game, and they look to their playmaker on the outside to win that one-on-one match.
Big-time moments. Who do you trust as a quarterback? You could tell this was a big moment. He threw it to his big play wide receiver. He knew he would come down to it, and now the big play in the 4th quarter for the touchdown.
Let's see if they can roll snake eyes in a good way and get the deuce. He wants to throw it. Fires to the wideout. Can't hit his man in the end zone. The 2-point conversion fails, and it remains a 5-point game here in the 4th. From inside the 10, here he comes. He was looking for more running room, but none to be found as he stopped at the 23. UCLA will go back to work on offense. Wants to throw on first down off the play fake. And that is his 5th interception, a nightmare he is not waking up from. Didn't get a chance to show off those return skills, but he gives his offense the ball at the 29.
When you're down late in the game, you got to make plays. It's really tough not to force the football. You can tell the quarterback forces the football. Defense comes up with a huge interception.
Running out the clock seems to be a mere formality here as they are ready to snap it in victory formation. The quarterback takes a snap and takes a knee. Well, points weren't the issue, guys, but they couldn't string together enough stops to get the victory.
Yeah, good news, bad news scenario, I guess. Good news is you're going to score. This offense looks like they can be explosive and they can light up the scoreboard. Bad news, though, David, they've got a lot to clean up on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, and welcome to college football nowadays, right? This is how it works, a ton of points. Defenses learn as you go, but you got to get better. You got to force some turnovers, create those negative plays. Just can't give up so many points.
So that's going to do it for us. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis saying so long. This has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football. Kyle Field, home to the Texas A&M Aggies, the Core Cadets, the world-famous 12 fans, Lady Reveille, and from early indications, a whole throng of Aggies ready to make some noise. As we wind our way toward the end of another college football season, one of the grand traditions is paying tribute and respect to those who have just poured their souls into the success of this program and honor the seniors on Senior Day. As we'll see a squad from the SEC, the Auburn Tigers, taking on a fellow SEC opponent, the Texas A&M Aggies. For EA Sports College Football, I'm Reese Davis, David Pollack, and Jesse Palmer with me. Guys, it's time to get it going. Texas A&M about to boot it away to start this game. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. And the return man's journey is stopped, but there is a flag on the play.
Holding, receiver team.
So the decision has been made, and the coach will take the penalty. Offense set on first down. Movement here from the tight end. The give to the tailback. Stopped at the 28, but a big 15-yard pickup gives him some breathing room. This crowd, full throat, splitting the eardrums and letting them know it's going to be a long day. And the defense settled in to stop that one for a short gain. And on second down for this offense. Quarterback on the keeper. And the ball is out. Who's going to get it? Oh, it looks as if the defense got it.
Offensive players, when they got the ball in their hand, they're trying to make plays, right? Trying to make you miss. There's nothing better than closing that gap and sticking that head right in that guy's chest and causing a fumble.
Great spot to start this drive for the offense. Trying to start the drive with a pass. Gets it out fast. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that first down. Texas A&M trying to gig him in the red zone. Handoff to the lone back. They finally make the stop, but the big run is plenty to move those sticks for the first down. The offense threatening. Close to the end zone now with a new set of downs. Off the bootleg to buy a little space. He's got the tight end. That completion will take it inside the 4, and the offense is threatening. Now on second and goal. Handoff from the shotgun. He pushes it forward all the way to the 2-yard line. They'd love to make this short field pay off with a touchdown instead of settling for 3, but it is third and goal. They'll try to pound their way in. And this one will be stopped for no gain. And on fourth down, they'll try to put 3 on the board. This is a short kick, but the problem is the angle. He splits the uprights and puts 3 on the board. And that'll put the first points of the game on the board. It's 3-0.
This is a team that really prides themselves on starting fast. We've seen that before, and here they are playing at home today. Nice job on the opening drive. Lots of poise, good emotion. They don't get the touchdown they would have liked, but they kick a nice field goal. They've got the lead. Head coach has to be happy with that.
After putting 3 on the board, the kickoff unit ready to go. Bringing it out. Rolling the dice to bring it out of the end zone did not work out as he stopped at the 13. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. On the ground, it's Sawyer. Finds his way ahead for 3 out to the 16. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line 2nd and 7. They'll go to the ground. Slams into the pile. He'll get 1 to the 17. Here comes this home crowd as the defense tries to get off the field on 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. And that's incomplete. A defender all over him. Knocked the ball to the ground. 4th down coming up. Auburn sends out the punting unit. The punter going to get his first work of the afternoon. Hand goes into the air for the fair catch, and the catch is made around the 40. First down here for the offense. Looking downfield, it's Gomez. Gets it out quickly. They make the stop right there. Good pickup. It's still short of the first down.
I feel like this is going to be one of those situations where you ask friends, where were you when this guy went over 6,000 passing yards in a single season? Hopefully you were watching this game. He's been rewriting the record books all season long. What a joy and a treat it has been to watch this guy go this year.
This offense has a second down play. The inside handoff. Nice move to stay on his feet. Tackle is made, but not until he gets the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're going to go right back to him on first down.
Just a simple power play. Power football. Be strong, be big, be physical. Make it a fourth quarter game. Make them feel you. Keep them off balance.
They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. They line up, and it is a long way to the sticks from here. On third down, going up top. And the freshman will chalk up a sack.
This defense will bring pressure from the linebacker level, from the cornerback level, free safety level, and the strong safety level. They're bringing it from all over the field.
The Aggies send out the punt team to kick it away. A fairly short distance here toward the sidelines, not his best work. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. Out of the gun, the inside handoff, looking for a crease. Tackle is made at the 28 after a pickup of 3. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. Off play action. Looking down the middle. Got him downfield. And chunk plays are the name of the game, and they get one here before the defense finally makes the stop. Give to the running back. Not a whole lot of progress made there on the short run. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line, 2nd and 7. He's looking to throw. Quickly complete. He steps out of bounds, but he's got a first down on the play. And the Tigers are on the move. To the air on first down. Finds his big tight end. And he's able to bounce off one tackle for a solid pickup. Let's see what they've got on second down. Using his legs, it's Sawyer. Not much room to run. Let's give him 1 to the 33. Better find the earplugs. Here comes the noise. Backing this defense on third down. And the incomplete pass will bring up fourth down. Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. This will be the second time they've had to kick it away. And the return man will have no chance as the ball sails out of bounds. Texas A&M has it back, and we say howdy to the Aggie offense again. They'll crank up this drive with the pass. He lofts it high and deep down the left side. It's complete. A huge pickup. Touchdown, Aggies. Made the grab and finished the deal in the end zone. Well, I'm not sure who was closer to the receiver there, the defensive backs or us here in the booth.
That was great execution on offense. Receiver wins the route one-on-one, shows off his speed, gets himself wide open. There was no question where the quarterback was going to do that. Nice job.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Gentlemen, let's take a look at what's happening in a terrific top 15 matchup. Alabama is currently ahead early in this one, but they haven't been able to separate themselves yet inside Bryant-Denny. They're up by 7 over Tennessee. We've got our eye on things here and everything else going on right now, and any updates, we'll see them here, guys.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere.
When these wide receivers work the middle of the field, so much of this is feel. Understanding where the holes are in the zone or understanding how to get leverage on a man. And these wide receivers are dangerous nowadays because they do it so fast and see that so quick and make those plays over the middle.
And now on second down for this offense. He'll pull it on the read. They'll mark him down at the 37. It's a 10-yard gain. They've got it at the 37. It's 1st and 10. He's looking to throw it. Snagged in the middle. It's Thomas. Brings him down at the 48. It's a gain of 15 and a 1st down. The Tigers come to the line with a fresh set of downs. Looking to go up top on 1st down. Caught behind the line. It's Sawyer. And he'll step out of bounds after a very productive play. Now on 2nd and short after the 1st down completion. Running back searching for a hole. Stop is made at the 36. Let's call it a 5-yard gain and a 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll give it to him again. Across the 25, he's got room. What a good run there. He has enough for the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Quick completion to the right. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a 1st down. With jet sweep pass. And he is swarmed under a host of defenders there to make the stop. They've moved it forward to the 2. Now it's 2nd and goal. Trying play action. And that defense gets to him, and down he goes at the 9.
Receivers right now aren't getting open. We got to do a better job offensively of trying to create opportunities for them. So use motion, get some stack releases, create that separation, slant routes, outbreaking routes. Just give your quarterback a chance.
You can't hear yourself think on 3rd and goal. From the gun, wants to pass. Pressure coming. Just had to get rid of that one to save the yardage on 3rd down. And now on 4th down, they'll try a field goal. A relatively short field goal try from 26 yards out. The official says no good. Guys, that field goal could loom large. Missing an opportunity to get within a touchdown. We're still sitting on a 10-point game. Texas A&M has it back on the offense, ready to go to work. A quick strike touchdown up top the last time they had it, Jesse. They'd love to do it again.
No doubt. They've got so many playmakers on the perimeter, David. Just find a way to get these guys the ball in space.
And you already started, man. Making that big play, opening up this offense. This quarterback is feeling good about himself. I wouldn't be surprised if they give it right back to him.
They stop him almost immediately. Short gain there, and still a little ground covered. Pick up the 1st. On 3rd and short, trying to impose their will and move the chains. And the Aggies are stopped, but not before getting it past the sticks. Off the play fake on 1st down. Throws to the wideout. Right on the money to the outside. He dragged the toe, and how about the ball placement? Only the receiver could get it. And that one's going to get Reveille howling a happy tune.
Reveille, the 12th man, all the swaying, the traditions when you go to an A&M game. These fans love their team, and they love playmakers that make big plays down the field.
He's brought down, solid pickup, but a little bit short of the 1st down. A little bit more to go after that last completion. They'll try to pick it up on 2nd down. He's going to throw deep right side. Fires a bullet. Now it's picked off. He goes out of bounds, but what a play to create a sudden change opportunity.
And that's why as quarterbacks, you cannot telegraph the pass. You cannot stare down your receivers because these defenders, they're watching it. And that defender knew exactly where the QB was going with that football, and that's why he picked it off.
And now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. You want to talk about taking the wind out of your sails. Drive the ball down the field and miss the field goal, David.
You know what? Don't leave it up to kickers. Execute better offensively. I think you move the ball nice. You got to keep that in mind. But, Palmer, I think you got to stay aggressive and don't settle for field goals.
Yeah, because you got to know there's just no margin for error right now. You just have got to be able to execute at a high level.
So they're facing 3rd and short from the 25. To the ground to try to move the chains. And they'll bring him down, but not before he picks up the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. The give to the running back from the shotgun. Got behind those pads and picked up 3 out to the 35. Got 3 on first down at 2nd and 7. Handoff from the gun. At the 45 on his way. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense. Trying to make that rush think on the draw play here. Carrying the ball with attitude down to the 42. 8-yard pickup on first down leaves them with 2nd and short. They want to run it left here. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Decibels rising as the crowd gets behind this defense on 3rd down. They'll try to move the chains on the ground. Putting together a real scoring threat here as they pick up the first down at the 36. The Tigers come to the line with a new set of downs. Reads it, fires complete. And the defense had that one well covered, just a short game there. Kept it on the ground last time, bringing up a 2nd down. He's looking to throw. And the completion to the sideline, a solid pickup, but not enough for the first down. Now, they missed a field goal on the last drive, but you need to get points here, so they need to pick up some yardage to at least get in range for their kicker. On 3rd and short, they'll try to pick it up on the ground here. Looks as if Auburn will have enough for the first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They're going to ride this running back. They stop him right on the edge of the red zone, a pickup of 5 to the 20. Halfway there on first down, it's 2nd and 5. Off the play fake. Throws for the tight end. He caught it. They will score. Touchdown, Tigers. Timely decisions, effective play management helps them get in the end zone after that marathon drive.
And every time the offense needed to play, boom, they got it. I mean, you think about it. Whether it's a small run, small pass, whatever they needed, they got it done, and they popped it in for the score.
They'll try to tack one more on their score. And the PAT will draw them 1 point closer. Precise, relentless execution on that 13-play scoring drive. And they close the deal with a 20-yard pass for 6. Here's the return from inside his 10. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. Quick release by the QB.
Great job by the quarterback there. He saw the safety bite on the run fake. So as the safety comes running downhill, he now knows he has the slant throw to his receiver on the outside.
And he's knocked down, but not before moving the chains. They'll start this one from the 29 on first down. To the ground, he's got it again. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line. Got 8 on first down, now looking at a 2nd and 2. They go to the ground. Turns it on in midfield. The defense got caught that time, and they finally get him on the ground at the 41.
When you talk about creating big plays in the running game like this makes the game really easy. Actually, when you've got a guy like this that you can hand it to with this much speed, and elusiveness. Just hard to bring down in the open field. What a big gain for the offense.
Just gets rid of the football. Nobody to throw it to. It'll be second down. They'll try the run. Able to pick his way forward for a decent gain before the defense gets him down. Looking for a man. It's Gomez. Pulls it in. He's run out of bounds, but he's got enough to move the sticks. We're through one, and what a back-and-forth battle between these two quarterbacks as we look at the stats. They've switched into the field, and we're ready to get things started here in the second. From the 30-yard line on first down. Use the play fake, now to throw. Shoots it to the left. And it's incomplete. If you're going to take a hit like that, you might as well hang on to the ball. Let's see if they go back to the air on second down. He's looking to throw. Unleashes it. He's got an open man. Nice pitch and catch there, and they'll have enough for the first down. The Aggies racing to the line in the hurry-up. The give to the back. Able to pick up a couple before he's knocked down. They mark it at the 10. Going to work on second down in the red zone. Is still some ground to cover to pick up that first down. They'll keep it on the ground. He's got it down to the 1-yard line right on the doorstep of Pater. Texas A&M will line up with a first and goal. Motion from the offense. With the run on first and goal. That play just never had a chance. They knock him down for a loss of 5. And the D deny them on second and goal. They'll run it up the middle here, looking for a path to the end zone. He'll be brought down at the 5-yard line, and this defense is on its heels. After this long of a drive, you have to cap it off with a touchdown, and here... And makes the grab in the end zone. Touchdown, Texas A&M. There have been miniseries, novels, movies, long-form plays that have been over in shorter period of time than that drive. That was a marathon.
And that's just so frustrating when you're a defensive guy, time and time again, trying to get the stops, and they just keep making the plays, and they punch it in for a touchdown. Demoralizing.
They'll try to add another to their lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. And for a quick update, let's go to Kevin Connors in the studio.
All right, guys, a little update on what else is happening in college football this weekend. South Carolina is on the wrong end of a one-sided affair today, and if you'll pardon the pun, the chickens are going to come home to roost this week in Columbia. They're trailing by 21 to Georgia. We promise to keep you posted on what goes down in this exciting college football matchup.
Thanks for the update on that one, Kevin. Let us know when it goes final. From the gun, running back on the move. Finding a way to put that foot in the ground and get it up to the 37-yard line. Here comes this home crowd as the defense tries to get off the field on third down. He's right on target. And he gets it to the 45-yard line, and that'll be a first down. These two guys, just on the same wavelength, they make clutch connections all the time.
And that's practice, man. That's all summer. That's all spring. Just so many hundreds and hundreds and thousands of balls where you know exactly when that guy's going to break. You know he's a stud. You're going to feed him, especially on these third down situations.
Auburn ready to go back to work after getting another first down. They're looking for an advantage to the right. Just a solid stop by this sophomore. After picking up a couple at 2nd and 8. They'll keep it on the ground. And a decent gain there before the defense makes the stop. They'll snap it from the 48 on 3rd and short. From the gun, wants to pass. Fires one high and deep. Fires into traffic, picked off. Looking for more room. And stampeding through the defense. And a big return after the INT sets up the offense for this possession.
You know, I like the decision by the quarterback in terms of where he was going with the ball. Just don't like the accuracy. That was not good location on the throw. Got away from him a little bit. The defense able to come up with a big pick.
Texas A&M has it back, and we say howdy to the Aggie offense again. Jesse, a very productive drive last time wound up with a touchdown.
Yeah, mixing and matching play calling really well.
Got a lot of running room. Just like that. A huge gain, and they got it inside the 10. They'll mark it at the 8.
One of the things I love about this offense, Reese, is they have tons of speed. They like to try to get the ball going east-west. That time they generate a huge play going to the right side.
And the defense either not fast enough to fit or got knocked out of the fit.
Yeah, they got to do a better job containing that as this game goes on. They got to funnel the football back to the middle of the field.
And that big gainer on the last one has them threatening from inside the 10. To the air, it's Gomez. He makes a grab. And he was pushing for that goal line, but the D stopped him at the 2. Second and goal coming up. He's looking to throw. Quarterback floating away from pressure. They stop him short as he was trying to scramble and find his way to the goal line. This defense didn't hang its head. They've stood tall after the big play. Into the end zone he goes. Touchdown, Aggie!
And I like the running back's vision. He sees the hole, explodes through it. He knows where the goal line is, gets in the end zone, gets 6.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. The kick is up and good and puts one more on the lead. About to kick it away after scoring the touchdown. From inside the 10-yard line, he'll bring it back. Really disciplined job by the coverage unit to get down there and make the stop at the 19. From the gun, leaves it on the inside with the back. And a really nice run and pick up there before the defense avoided disaster and stopped the really big play. Might as well run him until they stop him. He's got it again. Good job running tough and behind his pads as he gets up to the 38-yard line. 8-yard pickup on first down leaves him with second and short. Leaves it with the running back. Wrestled to the ground after picking up the first down. It's 1st and 10 for this offense from the 42.
And that's a first down for the offense.
Looking for room. It's Addison.
And the running back didn't get much there. Nice job by the defense. You can tell they're focused in on this running back, on this run game, being physical, getting knockbacks, and limiting his carries.
Throws to the tight end. Can't make the grab. Quarterback just missed him a little bit.
Great job by the defense taking away the quarterback's primary target on that play and forcing the incompletion.
And it looks as if they've buzzed down. Replay wants to have another peek at that last play. So after reviewing the undisputable video evidence, the replay booth has decided to overturn the call. Going to the running game. And how about that interior defense stuffing the run for nothing? They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. They'll ride the running back and leave it with him. Didn't have any better luck going back to him on 2nd down. Now they're staring at 3rd and 10. If they can convert here, that type of play can really give you a shot of momentum. They're bringing heat. Can't find a man, and he'll be knocked down at the 40.
Well, this offensive coordinator has to be scratching his head because he's trying to keep his quarterback protected. He's trying different things, sliding the offensive line, keeping tight ends and running backs in, chipping, going empty, and getting the ball out quickly, but it's not working. They're just losing the one-on-one battles up front, and in the second half looking forward, I don't know if they're going to be able to fix it.
Auburn sends out the punting unit. And the punt hits ground in the 2 and goes into the end zone. He just missed, hitting them right in the shadow of the goalpost. It'll come out to the 20. And they try the middle of this defense, and that is not happening. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. Looking to throw, it's Gomez. Unloads to the wideout. Makes a connection. And he's brought down at the 40-yard line, and that'll be a first down. Plays like that, he's fitting in with the Aggie legends, Christian Kirk and Mike Evans.
And that's when you've seen them just high-flying, fun, tempo, making plays down the field. Having those go-to guys, those A&M offenses were always fun to watch.
Solid pickup of 4 on first down. It's 2nd and 6. He'll do it himself. Nice move to keep moving. Continuing to turn and move it forward, and they're closing in on midfield. It's down at the 48. Wants to throw on 3rd down. Floating away. He's going to take off. And he scoots his way to the first down and then slides to avoid the hit. This Texas A&M offense is wasting no time. Out of the gun, the running back has it. He tried to find some running room, but they get him stopped. They got nothing on the last play. It's 2nd and 10. The give out of the gun. Really nice stop there from this senior leader. A 3rd and long coming up here. From the gun, wants to pass. Fires to the middle. Wide open downfield. And they'll finally catch up to him, but not before a big chunk of yardage is picked up. The give to the back. Trying to run it in the red zone. He's got 4, and he's down at the 12. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Back to throw, it's Gomez. Dances away. Picks up the first down and gets down to avoid contact. Defense is backed up. Shadow of the goalpost, trying to defend their own end zone. Turning to the running game on 1st and goal. Touchdown, Aggie! And they add 6 more to the board with that trip to the house. Getting set for the point after. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. So it's an 80-yard drive, and they finish it off with the score from the 4. Looking for an alley from inside his own 10. Just never had a chance to shake loose, and he'll be brought down at the 24. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. They'll leave it with him. Not a lot of room, but found his way ahead for 2 out to the 26. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. Power football with the run. Forges ahead, picks up about 3 to the 29. They'll try to muscle their way forward on 3rd and short from the 29. From the gun, wants to pass. Fires to the wideout. Got his man. And he breaks into the open. Touchdown, Tigers. And once he got away from the D, they had no shot at catching it.
And that is just outstanding execution on that pass play. Great route by the receiver, good timing on the throw by the QB. Receiver catches it in stride, turns on the jets, and is gone.
On to attempt the try.
Kicker on for the extra point.
And with the extra point, they're down 31-14. And let's check in with Kevin Connors in the studio. Kevin?
Dynamite matchup today, fellas. Let's show you what's going down. Arizona State is just getting blown off the field right now. We've seen big games in Tempe over the years. I've personally never seen anything like this. They're trailing by 25 to Texas Tech. We'll circle back. If anything big happens, you should know about it.
Oh, and how about that? I know Kevin and those guys will be keeping an eye on it for us. And the Aggies want to pick up the tempo. The magic bean is spinning out of control. Already over 200 yards in the first half.
Yeah, they're being aggressive offensively.
Flying down the left side. Pass to 10. Touchdown, Aggies. And once he found open space, the band might as well start playing.
This offense is so explosive, they can change the scoreboard in a flash. You just saw that on that drive.
PAT unit on the field. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. Aggressive play calling on that drive. Just 2 plays, they get the long touchdown pass to pay it off. Here he comes from inside his own 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. Gonna run it. It's Addison. He's there to make the stop.
And just a great job on the defense being stout, right? That's your job. Be stout up front, stuff in the run play, make them get in more passing situations, but do not let them run the football. That's 101. Stop the run first.
Tackled almost immediately. They're well short of the first down. On 3rd and long, he has to throw for it. Complete to the left. Ripping off a pretty good chunk of yardage. They've got it out to the 41 with a first down. And the Tigers come to the line with a fresh set of downs. They'll run it. And he'll pick up 1. It brings up 2nd and 9. Tried to pound it on first down. Now back to the line. Wants to throw on 2nd down. And the pass is incomplete thanks to a big hit. Ball is at the 41 as his defense tries to force the punt on 3rd and long. Throws to the wideout. He's got it. And he found all kinds of room and got it down to the 28.
Well, it didn't take long for this guy to leave his impact in the game, guys. With that catch, this guy's already over 100 yards in the game, and we're not even done the first half.
Off play action on first down. And this will be incomplete. A big hit there forces 2nd down. Couldn't make the connection last time. Let's see if they throw it again. The play action fake. Hit as he throws. That pass is incomplete, and they might be fortunate it wasn't knocked free for a fumble. It'll be 3rd down. From the gun, wants to pass. Unloads to the wideout. Complete in the middle. Touchdown, Auburn! And they take it in for 6 more points. And the offense finds a way to cut into this lead, but they still have plenty of work to do.
They do, but that's a big score. You don't want to get late and start getting in the second half where you're fighting to come back by so many points. So great job getting points, get that momentum back on your side so you can come out and do some good things when you get the ball next time.
Lining up for the PAT. Right down the boulevard. So it's an 80-yard drive, and the score comes on a touchdown pass covering 28 yards. On the move from inside his 5. He was hoping for something a little more dynamic, but they get him on the ground at the 20. Texas A&M has it back in the offense, ready to go to work. Oh, what a grab by the defense. Didn't get a ton on the return, but they've got it inside the 20 at the 19-yard line.
I tell you what, it puts you in a tough position when you're backed up inside your own 20 trying to come out. But when you're a defense and you can force a turnover and you already set your offense up in scoring position, they are going to be extremely happy, and that offensive coordinator is going to look extremely smart.
Couldn't ask for better field position for this offense. Wants to throw on first down. Fires into traffic. It's picked off. Trying to take it back. And they capitalize not only on the pick, but on the great return to improve this field position.
We've just seen in this game the ball's just gotten away from him a little bit. A couple of times, just hasn't been able to put it where he wants to. And as a result, that's now his second pick thrown in this game.
Texas A&M has it back, and we say howdy to the Aggie offense again. Well, the good news about this drive, Jesse, it can't go worse than last time through a pick on the first play.
No, it certainly can't. I think one good way, David, to help your quarterback turn the page is just find him an easy completion here and let him get back into a rhythm.
Yeah, or find him an easy handoff. Just hand the football off, maybe get the ground game going, maybe jumpstart this offense a little bit.
And here comes the offense on second down. To the air, it's Gomez. Deep shot for the end zone. And he's got it. Touchdown, Texas A&M.
Man, that's a play this kid has been running ever since he was 7 years old at the park with his best friend, throwing them go routes right down the field. I'm running by a guy, I'm looking back, locating the football, making the catch, and he does it in a big moment here in this game.
They'll try to add another to their lead. The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. This offense prides itself on going after you, and they did with that long touchdown pass to finish off a two-play drive. From inside his own 10, let's see what he gets. He was looking for some running room, but not much to be found as he stopped at the 18. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. Boy, they've been caught in a buzzsaw here in the first half, but maybe a chance to carry some momentum into the break here.
It all comes down to this drive right here, Reese. Obviously, this offense hasn't had everything go right for them in the first half, but here's an opportunity, David, to execute some plays, put some throws together, and generate some points.
And you're right, Jesse, and this offense needs to start now. Like, we got to get some points on the board, create some momentum, and continue it, because you've dug yourself a significant hole.
There's a timeout called as this offense tries to find a way to draw a little closer. And you just don't expect your junior quarterback to get fooled and to throw it into double coverage like that. On second down, just keeps firing. All kinds of room to throw that one in there. Just like that, a huge gain, and they've got it inside the 10. They'll mark it at the 8. Here's a timeout on the field. Tight game here late in the first half. He's looking to throw. Into the end zone. And he was trying to pay off this red zone opportunity, but it's incomplete. Defense rose up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a second and long coming. Going for 6. Snagged in the end zone. Touchdown, Tigers.
And it's not an accident. They're featuring this guy. His second receiving touchdown of the game. That's your job as a coach. Find my playmakers, get them the ball so they can do damage and have games like this right here.
Ready to try the point after. Splits the uprights. So that scoring drive took only 6 plays. And they finished things off with an 8-yard toss for the score. On the run from inside his own 5. Able to find enough room to get it out across the 25. He's brought down at the 26. Texas A&M has it back in the offense, ready to go to work. He wants to throw. Fires to the big fella. And a good job in coverage there as they stop it after just a few. Looking to pass. It's Gomez. A strike downfield. Open runway ahead. Touchdown, Aggie! And once he got loose, it was all over.
And I love this offense, man. Staying aggressive. Just because you got the lead, you know people can score points and lunches. This offense keeps the foot on the accelerator, scores again on the final play. Now this offense has even more of a cushion going into halftime.
Now they'll line up for what they hope is automatic. And the extra point will tack another one onto this lead. We played 2 quarters here. Time to go to Kevin Connors in our halftime update.
Gentlemen, what else is new? A really raucous environment there in College Station. Each of these 2 offenses has looked like well-oiled machines, but it doesn't take a genius to figure out these 2 passing attacks have run circles around these defenses. Man or zone, nothing seems to be working. And I'm not sure that defensive coordinator is going to be able to figure things out here at halftime. With that said, let's send it back to the guys at the home of the 12th man.
Auburn ready to boot it deep to start the second half. And he takes this from inside the 5. Good job by the coverage unit to stop the return man. Texas A&M has it back, and we say howdy to the Aggie offense again. Trying to find his man on first down. A little screen to the running back. They make the stop, but a good pickup there on first down. Picked up some yardage with that completion, now second down.
Brings up second down.
They'll give it to the back. Crosses the 30, he's got away. And it is a chunk play, a huge gain on that one before the defense brings it to an end. Now a first down from the 45-yard line.
And obviously this offense has had their way getting the huge lead. And now when you know it's a running situation later in the ball games, you're still getting pounded. This defense has to step up at some point and be a lot more physical.
D coordinators down the road that have to play this offense, man, they're going to have nightmares because this unit has so much speed and so...
Catch inside the 25. Can't quite cross the plane to get the 6, but they'll have the first down.
Nice strike, big play in the passing games. I tell you what, find your mismatches, find your advantages, what you do well, and do it again. And then again. And then we know how do we do it again. Keep attacking.
Texas A&M ready to go with another first down. Trying to barge their way in. Touchdown, Aggie! And the stomping has commenced.
Reese, that's 3 for the dunk fight. I mean, this dude's smelling the end zone. Anytime he gets near it, you know he's going to lower his shoulder, do whatever it takes to get in the end zone. The hat trick, the 3rd touchdown.
Lining up to tack one more onto that lead. And with the extra point, they push the lead out a little further. We check in with Kevin Connors. What's going on, Kevin?
A bit of an under-the-radar game this week, guys, but take a look at this. Arizona State is just getting blown off the field right now. We've seen big games in Tempe over the years. I've personally never seen anything like this.
Off the play fake on first down, wants to throw.
They're trailing by 39 to Texas Tech. We've got our eye on this one and everything else going on throughout the day, guys.
And how about that one? Kevin will be keeping an eye on everything going on elsewhere. Short throw to the sideline, picks up just a little. And he'll step across the sidelines after making a good gain on that one. They'll run play action right down the middle. And his throw is incomplete. They couldn't make the connection on second down. Now a 3rd and 7 to keep the drive alive. He wants to throw it again. Fires to the wideout. It's caught downfield. He gets the job done on third down. They move the chains. It's at the 37. Back to the ground game on the left. He is going nowhere. Stop at the line of scrimmage. Got stuffed on first down. It's 2nd and 10. He's looking to throw. Got his man quickly. And an absolutely fearless tackle. Giving up size, still got him on the turf. In the gun and looking to throw on third down. Fires deep toward the end zone. And they wanted it all on third down, but now dealing with fourth down. Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. Fourth time tonight we've seen this guy come on to punt. Punt goes out of bounds, and a really nice job as they stick them deep in their own end. They'll mark it around the 10. The officials offer the deal, and the coach accepts it. They will take the penalty. From the gun, the ground game. You'll take 4 yards on first down every time, 2nd and 6. It'll be 2nd down, and remember, they can pick up a first without scoring. Quarterback touch pass on the jet sweep. Nice, solid form tackle from this sophomore. Boy, they'd love to pick up this conversion and go to work with a 1st and goal. In the gun, looking to throw on third down. He's got it on the move. And they gave him no chance to get loose, and they force a 4th down. Now on 4th down, here comes the field goal team. And it's right down the boulevard.
That makes the score. Texas A&M 59, Auburn 31.
After that last field goal drive, they're set to kick it away. He'll take the return, try to get better field position. Nice job by the kickoff team. Everybody stayed in their lanes, and they'll stop him at the 16. Texas A&M has it back in the offense, ready to go to work. How about that last drive? Just carved him up in the air, David.
Yeah, and how about that quarterback? You gave him the ball, and he delivered the goods. Great job taking apart the defense, Jesse, on that last drive.
He really did, David. I mean, that was a masterclass in just reading coverage and being accurate.
Shows him the stiff arm. He's out of bounds, but not before picking up enough for the 1st down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. Off the play fake on 1st down to throw. Complete with conviction on the crosser. And the big gain, they've got it on the 46. Texas A&M back to work with another 1st down. Wide receiver shows motion. Comes out throwing on 1st down. Knew where he wanted to go with it, but couldn't find his target. It's incomplete. After the misfire, now on 2nd down. Dropping back, it's Gomez. Fires to the tight end. They make the stop after the catch, and still some work to do to pick up that 1st down. Ball at the 38. The defense will try to get a stop on 3rd and short. Trying to pick it up on the ground. He's all the way down to the 27-yard line, and they are threatening. Looking for a productive play on 1st down. Now the play fake. Throwing right. Makes the grab. Couldn't quite nudge it in. Not sure you could get much closer, but it'll be 1st and goal.
That's what's so scary about this offense. They've got guys in the perimeter that can change the game in one single play, and you saw it right there. Too much speed on the perimeter to create that explosive play.
He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Can the defense stop them again on 2nd and goal? Pushes toward the goal line. And maybe he'll get back to the line of scrimmage, but no more than that. After getting stuffed, what do they have for an answer here on 3rd and goal from the 2? Slams it ahead. And he's a real nowhere man tackled in this no-gain land. They'll try to get something out of this drive and kick the field goal here on 4th down. Absolutely perfect. Well, that's just piling on. Not the penalty kind, just the mean kind. That lead just keeps getting fatter, and this kickoff team doing a little running. From inside his own 10, he'll try to help out their field position. And the returner will be knocked down. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. Out of the gun, the inside give. May not be the most memorable play of the day, but it's important as he gets them out to the 25-yard line.
Brings up second down.
Off play action. Throws to the wideout. Right through his hands and incomplete, and he'll want that one back. It'll be third down. That last incomplete pass has him staring at a 3rd and 3. Looking to throw for it. Lost one deep down the right side. Grabs it at the 25 in stride. And the tackle is made, but not before. That completion gets him 30-plus.
I love when you back the defense off of you. If you want to get aggressive, I'll take shots down the field, make the defense play more conservative, and now what? Now you're in the red zone with a chance to get some points.
They just changed the dynamic of this possession in a heartbeat, and now it's 1st and 10 from inside the red zone. From the gun, they'll try to impose their will. After picking up a couple, it's 2nd and 8.
Second down coming up.
Motion by the back forces the defense to adjust. Fires into the end zone. And it's caught. Touchdown, Auburn.
Touchdown, Auburn. Number 16. Hauls it in the end zone.
Lining up to add another.
Kicker is on for the extra point.
Bangs it through for an extra point. A very efficient 5-play scoring drive. And they close the deal with a 16-yard throw for the touchdown. He'll start the return inside his 5. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Texas A&M has it back, and we say howdy to the Aggie offense again. Receiver looks it in, it's complete. A little more space, open up that playbook even more as they pick up the 1st down out to the 30. To the air, it's Gomez. And he just threw that one away. Safe move, didn't see anything, lived to play another play. Now on 2nd down after the incompletion. He's looking to throw. Quickly out to the tight end. And that is good versatility there and a big hit from the backer in pass coverage. On 3rd down, he drops to throw. Caught near the sticks. It's Ali. And the defense makes the immediate tackle, but he has enough for the 1st down. Wide out in motion. Back to the air one more time. Looking to scramble. He's going to run it. Short gain on the play before he slides. Here comes the offense on 2nd down. Got it behind the line. It's Wilcox. And a good job of coverage by that defense. Just a short pickup. The D thinking bring some heat on 3rd and long from the 44. Grabs it in the middle. He's got enough to move the chains, and they'll spot it at the 47. A&M comes back out with another 1st down. Out of the shotgun, they go to the ground. Didn't get much on 1st down. It's 2nd and 9. From the shotgun, they'll run it. Hard running there. And a good, solid pickup before the defense cuts him down. They have work in front of them on 3rd and short from the 42. From the gun, wants to pass. Grabbed in the middle, it's Ali. And they explode on that one, and they've got it down to the 22. Long drive continues as the offense keeps working the ball down the field. Makes the grab on the left.
I love when they sneak the big fella out of the backfield. You know, usually blocking so much. Nice job with a little play action. Slide him, give him the rock.
Here's the handoff. They get him on the ground, but that'll be enough to give Texas A&M a first down. Here's this offense with a fresh set of downs. They'll give it on the counter. Oh, what a move! They'll finally get him stopped at the 1-yard line. What a run there. It's 1st and goal as Texas A&M comes to the line. Trying to pound it in. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. After getting knocked back, it's 2nd and goal from the 4. Tries again to get it in. He works his way ever closer all the way down to the 1-yard line. They'll come to the line just 1 yard shy of the goal line on 3rd down. Trying to bully their way in. That just never had a chance as they controlled the middle of the field and stopped him in the backfield on 3rd down. The give to the fullback. How about that defense rising up and stopping him short on 4th down? 1st and 10 from inside their own 5. You got to take care of the ball, but there is room to take a shot here. To the ground with the back. Pushes his way for a couple and gets it to the 7-yard line. Picked up 2 yards on that last one. They need 8 on 2nd down. He'll keep it himself. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. If every journey begins with a step, this offense needs to step into a 3rd down conversion and then try to turn it into some scores, and fast. Leaves it with the back. He's loose at the 15. And he found plenty of running room on that one before the defense was finally able to get him down. Trying to surprise him with the pass. Unloads to the wideout. Got his man all by himself. He's there to make the stop, but the damage has been done as they pick up the 1st down on the throw and catch. Using his legs, it's Addison. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. Offense gets set for 2nd down. He's looking to throw. Sends it downfield. And it slips through his fingers. Incomplete. That would have been a huge gain if he could have held on. On 3rd and long, try to convert through the air. And it's knocked away and incomplete. The defensive back staying in phase and batting it away. Auburn sends out the punting unit. He's getting a lot of work. 4th time he's punted tonight. No return coming. He'll call for the fair catch. Texas A&M has it back in the offense, ready to go to work. A really disappointing end of that last drive, David. Getting stopped on 4th and goal, they'll try to regroup.
And I think I'm preaching to my squad right now. Listen, we drove the ball down the field. We didn't just punch it in. Let's put another drive together, Jesse, and this time, let's get some points.
You're right, because there were a lot of positives on that last drive. They did a lot of things really well. They just got to do a better job finishing.
It'll take some work to get to the sticks. It's 3rd and long from the 30. They're trying to get to it. The freshman able to get home with the sack. How about this strong safety here, just trusting his gut and going and making a play on the quarterback.
And you can't coach that. A lot of times people see things or they don't and understand, I can go get him right now. I can understand the situation. There's all kinds of guys throughout history that just have a great feel. He had a great feel on that play, went to the quarterback, got the sack.
Texas A&M will have to boot it away. Doesn't say much for your drive when you're looking forward to the punt. Might have thought he'd want to try to pick up a few yards there, but he's content with making the fair catch right around the 35-yard line. Makes the quick grab. And the defense holds firm. No pickup at all on that play. Line getting set on second down. Pulls and fires complete to the right. He is stopped behind the line of scrimmage. They'll lose yards on that one. On third and long, trying to have a big completion here. And the defense gets to the quarterback.
And this defense is smelling blood right now. Like, they know they got him right where they want. Got him in a third down and long. They got to lead by 3 possessions. Everything is going their way. This offense is in trouble.
Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. 3 and out and not much choice but to get rid of the ball. Yet another punt on the way. Got to make sure that hamstring stays loose. He's been busy. Slips through the line. This guy is a daring punt return man. He's not going to settle for the fair catch. A solid return. Gets a little bit of ground for the offense. Quick strike complete. That's about as close as you can get to that marker, and it will be second and just a few breaths away from the first down. And talk about spreading the ball around. Everyone getting a chance to show off the hands based on the number of targets we've seen. One more quarter to play, and it might be unlikely, but hey, it's college football. Comebacks happen. They'll line up for a second down play. Give to the back. Open space at the 25. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. They're getting this guy lathered up. And he was fortunate not to lose yardage on that play, able to wedge it back to the line of scrimmage. They'll go to the counter. And you can forget running in the middle against this defense. Facing third and long from the 21 and hoping not to settle for a field goal. Fires to the wideout. What a job to lay out and make the catch. And he unleashed the RPMs on that pass. Man, this sophomore has an arm. A first down run on the doorstep. Pushes ahead for 2 to the 7-yard line. Defense rolls up deep in its own end on that last play. Now a second and long coming. Off the bootleg and rolling out. Quarterback moving out of the pocket. And the freshman will chalk up a sack.
In that second down play, the defense, I think, was expecting pass. So you saw them come firing upfield. They use their speed. They use their athleticism. They win the one-on-ones, and they get a big-time sack.
Third and goal from way back there. Looking to throw, it's Gomez. He's got it. And they've got him down after the short completion, but they inch closer and closer to pay dirt. So here comes the field goal unit. They've been doing work today. They've already made a couple. Field goal is good. And now the lead's extended a little more. Let's go to the studio now and check in with Kevin Connors. Kevin, what do you got?
Fellas, I think at least a portion of your audience will have an interest in the one that just finished up. San Jose State took care of business today. I think their coach had their attention all week. And the end result was a focused group of Spartans that fired on all cylinders. The circle of life in college football, where one team moves on feeling like kings and the other heads home licking its wounds.
And Kevin Connors keeping an eye on everything all over the country. Sounds like they had a good one there. And it's picked off for the third time today. Bringing it back. Touchdown, Aggies! A great return for the touchdown. Any return for a touchdown is a great one to a defense. They give themselves a little more cushion as they try to reel off their 4th straight win.
Dude, you didn't think it could get any worse, right? You thought this game's over as it is anyways. Offense still throwing the football, still trying to make plays, and the defense just continues to pour it on, gets the pick, makes its way all the way to the end zone.
He'll try to tack on one more.
For the extra point.
And with that extra point, the lead remains in the gargantuan category. They'll kick it off and send that defense right back out there to try to score again after the pick six. He'll bring it back from inside his 5. Not a lot of space to be found. Good hustle by the coverage team, and they stop him at the 21. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. He'll come out throwing on first down. He makes the connection. And just a short, safe pass play. They pick up a few. Now here on second down, see if they keep tossing it around. He's looking to throw. Finds his man down the middle. And they pick up just a few on that completion. Fairly manageable distance here on third down from the 27. They'll try to get the first through the air. Grabbed over the middle. It's Sawyer. And the completion gives him a fresh set of downs and keeps this drive moving. Here comes Auburn to the line on 1st and 10. The aerial assault continues. And that pressure just engulfed him. A sack for this defense.
How about this defense? No mercy. Like, listen, I know we're up big, but they are still hunting, still flying around, still chasing, still making life really miserable for this offense.
A big play for the defense with the first down sack. Now, advantage D as the offense comes up on second down. He's looking to throw. Fires to the right. Another interception. This guy just can't find his own players. And they'll close in on him after a good return on the interception.
This is a beautiful situation for the defense. When you're up by 2+ scores and you're in this situation, you know exactly what is coming. It's going to be a pass. They have to because the clock is their enemy. Great job playing pass, forcing the interception, almost putting the nail in the coffin.
Texas A&M has it back, and we say howdy to the Aggie offense again. Wide receiver coming across in motion. This quarterback part of their running game. And he finds some solid space, makes a nice game before the defense is able to stop him. Operating in the red zone here on second down. The give to the tailback. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Boy, they'd love to move the sticks here and take a shot at it on 1st and goal. Back to throw, it's Gomez. He's got it on the run. Touchdown, Texas A&M. And the route is on. They built a comfortable lead and trying to hang on for a Week 13 victory.
Every time we speak to defenses before they play this guy, they all know he's going to get the ball thrown his way. They always come up with creative and exotic ways to try to cover him in the back end, but they're never able to get it done. This guy just beats coverage time and time again. And with that last catch, that's now his 15th receiving score of the season.
The kick is up and good and put one more on the lead. Quick strike offense on that 3-play scoring drive. And the score comes on a 12-yard touchdown pass. And he's coming out of the end zone. Didn't find any crease in that kickoff coverage, and he'll be stopped at the 17. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. They'll throw it on first down. Using the quick game. And he'll make his way out of bounds after the solid pickup. Now on second down.
He runs out of bounds at the 25. Brings up.
He's looking to throw. Quick completion on the out. Finally run out of bounds, but he has this offense rolling with a first down. A new set of downs after the completion. They'll throw it on first down. Unloads to the wide out. It's caught. That is exactly what you're looking for when you talk explosive plays. The defense finally able to make the stop. Just inside the 40-yard line. It's 1st and 10 from the 39. He's going to pass. Lofts one high and deep. And his 5th interception of the game. A miracle they haven't pulled him yet. And they capitalize not only on the pick, but the great return to give the offense tremendous field position. Line gets set, first down. They'll go to the ground. He's dropped behind the line of scrimmage. That'll be a loss of 3. Not what they had in mind to start this drive. Here comes 2nd and 13. Give to the running back. Nowhere to run on that one. He loses 4 on the carry. And the running game has collapsed so far on this drive, and now it's 3rd down. Looking to move the chains. They throw it complete to the left. And he's not going to make it. The defense denying him the first down. The Aggies send out the punt team to kick it away. Not going to risk a return here. He'll make the fair catch. And Auburn is ready to go back to work on offense. Boy, they had that last drive moving a little bit, David, but then the mistake just crushed them.
Yeah, and those mistakes are going to happen. You're going to throw the football, you're going to throw interceptions. But I think I stay aggressive with this offense. I get back to what I did in the first part of that drive that made me successful.
I agree, David. Just turn the page if you're a quarterback, right? On this drive, you did a lot of good things there leading up to that pick. Forget about it, move on, play the next play.
So what do they have for 3rd and short from their own 23? They'll try to get it through the air. Throws to the wideout. Working that left side. He's run out of bounds, but not before. Turning in a big pickup and moving the sticks for a first down. He'll just keep slinging it. Nice defensive play to get a hand in there and knock it away. And the incompletion brings up a 2nd down for this offense. He's looking to throw. The quick out. He will step out of bounds, but not before the big pickup and a first down for this offense. Looking to move it through the air. And they got him for the sack.
We've seen throughout the course of the season, defenses have had their hands full with this quarterback. He's simply one of the best in the country. But what can you say about this defense here today? They have gotten after him, registering multiple sacks, and they've never let him get into a rhythm.
Negative play on first down. That's what a defense always wants. On 2nd down, looking to throw. Just a short pass to the tight end. How about this backer in pass coverage and bringing the big hit stick with him, too? On 3rd down, he'll try to pick it up through the air. And the incomplete pass will bring up 4th down. Auburn sends out the punting unit. And these guys have been busy. 6th punt of the day. And you just won't see a more effective punt than that, out of bounds inside the 5-yard line. Hands it off. Gives them a little more breathing room, a 3-yard gain out to the 7. After the 3-yard pickup, they come to the line, 2nd and 7. Fast motion from the offense. They'll run it from the gun. Runs into a wall. They'll give him 1 out to the 8. How bold will they be on 3rd down after that last run? Wants to throw. It's Gomez. Got his man on the right. He's run out of bounds, but a big play on that one, and it'll be a first down. The Aggies come to the line with a new set of downs.
Good enough for
Now they'll try the right side. Found a little bit of running room, knocked down at the 24 after a pickup of 4. After the productive first down play, it's 2nd and 6. Running back searching for a hole. He's knocked down in the backfield. He'll lose a couple. They line up with some serious work to do if they want to convert this one. On 3rd down, going up top. Catch in the middle, it's Ali. He'll get it up to about the 32-yard line before he stopped, and it'll be first down. The receivers often will run their route based on a side adjustment. They bring him down, and he's going to lose a yard on that one. Lost one on that last one. It's 2nd and 11. They'll run it, trying to drain time off the clock. Finds enough room to get 3 out to the 34. They're a perfect 2 for 2 on 3rd down on this drive. They need 8 to move the chains again. From the gun, wants to pass. Got it in the middle, it's Wilcox. And Shore tackling there to keep him from getting to the first down marker. We've reached the 2-minute warning, and this offense is that much closer to salting away a victory. 4th down, and the punt team sends it the other way. And the punt hits at the 8 and goes into the end zone for the touchback. Now here comes that Auburn offense onto the field again. He's looking to throw it. Gets it out quickly. They stay aggressive and push their way out to the 33, and it's first down. New set of downs after that completion. To the air on first down.
You know, the defense...
He'll loft one deep down the left side. And it goes through his hands. Oh, he had an explosive play right there for the taking, but couldn't reel it in. He's back to throw on 2nd down. Fires to the right. And the timing just a hair off. 3rd down conversions are a huge stat, and this one would be a doozy if they can pull it off. From the gun, wants to pass. And this sophomore able to wreak some havoc and get the sack.
The defense puts the exclamation point on the day. They have had a wonderful day, man. Doing everything great. Just, you can tell they were dialed into what was going on. And now just throw another sack in the equation. Hitting the quarterback, being disruptive. They've been all over the field.
Auburn's going to have to send out the punt team. They'll look to pin them deep. Fair catch, called for and made. Texas A&M has it back in the offense, ready to go to work. Firmly in control of this game. We'll see if they just try to run out the clock and get out with a victory.
Everybody on offense here should feel really good about their performance today, too, David. They had a really good game plan coming into this one, and they went out and they executed at a very high level.
Yeah, lights out, and this game's over. I'm interested to see the philosophy now. Do we keep chucking the pill and keep trying to score points? Because it's the defense's responsibility to stop them. Or do they just run this clock and say, all right, we did enough today. We kicked them in the face.
Well, this one had all the suspense of a bug hurtling his way toward a windshield, and they did splatter them. An absolutely dominating performance.
You got to give the coaching staff a ton of credit. They obviously had their guys ready to play and motivated right from the opening kick. All 3 phases we saw, just spectacular football. No mental mistakes, David. You really can't play better than that.
Nah, it's really fun to do this. Come out and just dominate opponents. Start from finish. Nothing to worry about. You just know you're better. You're going to do you, put up a bunch of points, and win by a lot of points.
That's going to do it for us from here. For Jesse Palmer, David Pollack, I'm Reese Davis, and this has been another presentation of EA Sports College Football.